Look how wide that cup is, man.
Happening on Squawk Box this morning, Empire State Manufacturing numbers showing business buying privately therapeutics for about $3 billion. Howda's working on highly targeted oral treatments for breast, prostate, and lung cancer tumors. And Bitcoin has been on the move, going above and below 95,000. We're below 94,000 right now. It was up almost $2,000, Sorkin. Now it's 93, and I wouldn't take any number off the table like you, because we've seen it in the past, right? We've seen. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Sarah Eisen at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer has the morning off. Go Birds. Futures lose some earlier gains. Bitcoin slips below 94K. Busy week with NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday, jobs number on Thursday, and earnings from Home Depot, Walmart, Target, Gap all throughout the week. VIX still above 21. Our roadmap begins with the state of stocks in this AI trade as investors gear up for NVIDIA this week, and some new bullish calls on the S&P.
Plus, keeping an eye on shares of Alphabet. They're rallying in the early going here. Berkshire Hathaway reveals a new position in that technology giant.
And the health of the economy. President Trump cutting tariffs on goods like coffee, bananas, and beef in an effort to slash consumer prices.
Let's begin with the markets, including this bullish call from Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson today. The firm lifts their 12-month S&P target to 7,800. They cite some strong earnings growth, sort of feeds, Sarah, this notion that there is going to be some acceleration in growth, that flows are still pretty supportive, financial conditions easy. That's sort of the bull argument of the moment.
There's a little bit of a theme in some of the research, which is maybe a little bit of short-term economic pain or slack, I'll say, in the labor market, but longer term, the setup is pretty good going into next year, because that's when we start to get some of the benefits of the One Big Beautiful Bill in terms of consumer spending power. A lot of economists looking through some of the higher inflation as temporary because of some of the tariff pressure. At least Morgan Stanley actually, in a separate note, put out an economic outlook, and they say that, sure, weaker growth and more labor market slack near term, but the effects of policy shocks subside in 2026. Inflation starts moderating, unemployment rate starts normalizing in second half 26, and GDP picks up. And that's sort of the thinking. So can we get over this short-term hump that the markets were worried about last week on, whether it was AI, whether it was uncertainty around the Fed, cutting interest rates, which is another core pillar of this bull market, and sort of look ahead to 2026, where the outlook is bright. That's the key question.
The outlook is great for 2026. That's just
bright.
That's just
it's
known.
Brighter.
It's bright.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, look.
I'm just asking, what's that based on?
Some of the effects of the One Big Beautiful Bill start to kick in on the consumer side, right? So that's healthy. The deregulation starts to kick in, and people think that's good, as the regulators are in place. There's an expectation of increasing Fed cuts next year as the shape of as the faces and the voters on the Fed change, and President Trump has more power, including a new Fed chair in May. All of that, I think, is part of the bull case on next year for growth, and then tariff impacts. If they are one-off, we'll find out. And should start subsiding, along with some new relief.
Although it's not clear that we've had that much impact from tariffs to begin with, right?
True. I mean, you do see it elevated in certain prices, in like grocery, in the CPI. But you're right, the elevation is actually also in services.
Bananas, beef, and coffee may be getting cheaper again, potentially.
That's
at least.
Helpful.
Would be helpful,
we don't
yeah.
grow as
But of
much
course,
of that
right.
stuff.
tariffs actually didn't create higher prices, but taking them off will create lower prices.
You're pointing to what Justin Wolfers is calling the immaculate asymmetry of tariffs. They didn't cause prices to go up, but now that you remove them, they actually cause prices to come down. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, there's aggregate prices and then there's specific prices. So I don't think you can deny that tariffs did cause certain prices of certain foods to go up and certain goods prices to go up. But overall, I think a 3% employment rate wasn't as dire
Inflation
or
rate.
worrisome.
Inflation
rate as dire or worrisome as people thought when all of those tariffs started kicking in. And so that's why, the administration sticks to that. They point to energy prices, which are lower, but sure, they're clearly focused on affordability right now because, whether it was the message from the elections, recent polls from places like NBC showing, some questions about President Trump's, ability to bring down inflation and affordability, and they're clearly getting the message.
Meantime, not every note is bullish today. Stifel, Barry Bannister, who has been bearish, I think net bearish for most of the year, does reiterate his bearish view of about a 5% decline down to 63.50. Barry's view is that growth is actually going to slow. And yeah, the Fed is going to back it up with rate cuts, but in his view, it's going to be more, as he says, reactive policy rather than proactive. That's going to be not as effective. Also, he doesn't think the new Fed committee will be completely seated until about June, by which point you're already halfway through the year.
Right, but as long as there's something to look forward to on the rate cuts, that's what market hangs on to that. For sure. Look, I think that we'll start to get some data. We got Empire manufacturing number this morning. That was really strong. It's a regional survey, but at a one-year high is pretty good. And also the inflation components in there were weaker, which is good in terms of expectations of prices. The first, blockbuster report we'll get, marquee data point, will be on Thursday with the jobs report from September. So it's a little old and a little stale, but we're trying to figure out what's going on with the momentum in the labor market. Another key report that I'll be watching is the minutes from the last Fed meeting, which comes out on Wednesday, because now the market is unsure whether December 9th, 10th meeting, there's going to actually be a cut. We'll see how high the bar is from those notes from the last Fed meeting, and as we start to get the data here.
Yeah, we can certainly hold out hope that the labor market picture improves, but 60 Minutes did take a look at Anthropic last night, and they interviewed Dario Amodei, who sort of reiterated his long-standing prediction that AI is going to wipe out, in his words, half of entry-level white-collar jobs and potentially take the unemployment rate to 10 to 20%. Not that, it could be 1 to 5 years. This is what he told Anderson Cooper.
You've said AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 to 20% in the next 1 to 5 years.
Yes,
that's shocking.
That is the future we could see if we don't become aware of this problem now.
Half of all entry-level white-collar jobs.
Well, if we look at entry-level consultants, lawyers, financial professionals, many of kind of the white-collar service industries, a lot of what they do, AI models are already quite good at, and without intervention. It's hard to imagine that there won't be some significant job impact there, and my worry is that it'll be broad and it'll be faster than what we've seen with previous technology.
As you said, Carl, he's been saying this, and even though it isn't likely, it is certainly a possibility. It's the same reason why in our various conversations with Jim, I bring up the ideas of it wiping out humanity. Not because I think it's a likely outcome, but it's something that we should all at least grapple with as this technology continues to advance. Interestingly, Anthropic, as you guys know, is the leader in many ways in the enterprise. And so Amodei does have some ability to see what and how it's being used by those very corporations in terms of perhaps either replacing or jobs or making it less likely that there would be additional hiring. I query, I'm sure you guys do as well, so many people in the workforce, particularly younger people, see how they're using AI. And it's a very strong in terms of coding, is Anthropic. It's a reason why, in many ways, it's found its home in the enterprise far more frequently, I think, than ChatGPT has, which in many ways is viewed more as a consumer application. So, you got to listen to him when he says that. It's not just based on some sort of idea he has, because they do, in fact, have a lot of the data right now to see, in fact, how Claude is being used by the enterprise.
Yeah. He's also hiring, though, too. Right. I mean, we just reported a few weeks ago he's tripling his headcount to expand overseas.
Right.
on AI specialists, not necessarily
Right.
across the enterprise. So
That said,
he's
though,
hiring.
Goldman had a nice desk note over the weekend. Last week, financials were the most bought sector. Most demand for of all sectors was for financials, and they back it up with a chart of sectors that are referencing AI productivity gains. It goes communication services number 1 and financials number 2, and we can go through all kinds of anecdotal evidence that if it's not going to decrease your headcount, it's going to suppress it from what it would have been otherwise.
Right. I mean, those are the key questions. We don't know. Many would say there will be a dislocation. Ultimately, it will only be a matter of time until more jobs are created. That's how every technology revolution has gone. This may be different if and when they actually reach AGI, again, what that will mean. But it's certainly worth debating, and we talk about it. And Sarah, we're going to be looking at the numbers because at this point, it really is very much unclear whether any of the numbers in terms of jobs created and or not created are really AI related,
Well, the
AI
job,
impact related.
You'd see it in initial jobless claims.
Right.
And we haven't seen an elevated number, and that's firings. That's weekly claims for unemployment benefits from Americans. And we still have received that during the shutdown from most of the states, and it really has been benign, which is why everybody's talking about this low firing, low hiring. Now, maybe the low hiring is because people don't have the skills, or companies don't need them because they're utilizing more AI. But it also could be there's less supply in the labor market because of immigration, and also companies are feeling more cautious because there's a little dip here in the consumer, something like that. I mean, there's
Although we do the college graduate numbers are a bit scary.
That's pretty empirical.
Yes, that is a reflection perhaps of that. It is not easy right now. Obviously, in the broader market, we're keeping an eye on AI and all things related. NVIDIA earnings, as Carl said, of course, coming a couple of days from now. We've seen many of the stocks reacting of late, in part because of the concern around the capital structure of all of the spending, though the spending itself has showed no signs of abating whatsoever. Gets us to Alphabet this morning, of course, one of the companies that will be spending well over $100 billion over the next year in terms of building out its AI infrastructure. It is higher in the pre-market after Berkshire Hathaway disclosed a stake in the company. Leslie Picker has been following all of those 13 Fs, including those from Berkshire, and joins us now. Leslie.
Hey, David. Yes, perhaps the world's most famous value investor, Berkshire Hathaway, taking a new stake in Alphabet. That stake, 17.9 million shares worth about $4.3 billion at the end of the quarter. Google's parent company is now a top 10 Berkshire Hathaway holding and the firm's biggest new tech position since its original Apple investment. For those managers that added or increased exposure to Alphabet, it's been a big winner during the first 6 weeks of Q4, up 14%. And if those pre-market gains hold that you see there, up nearly 3%, Alphabet's quarter-to-date gains would be more than 17.5%. In addition to Berkshire Hathaway, Coatú's stake in Alphabet Class A jumped 250%, and it added about $500 million worth of Class B. That makes Alphabet a top 3 holding for Coatú after Meta and Microsoft. But there were multiple managers that actually pared back Alphabet, and it certainly wasn't a consensus winner during the quarter among the managers we track. Baupost slashed its stake by 30%, Pershing Square trimming by 10%, and Alpalooza reduced its stake by 7.5% during the quarter. And just a reminder, as always, these positions are as of the end of Q3, and they may have changed in the 6 weeks since, guys.
And I think important to point out as well, this may very well not have been a Warren Buffett decision when it comes to Alphabet. He is stepping down, of course, as the company's CEO. I think he's been, and he has admitted that in his letter, not as involved perhaps with some of the decision making when it comes to the portfolio at this point, Leslie. I guess we don't know, but it's fair to assume perhaps this was not a Buffett decision.
Yeah, I think it's fair to assume that, as we kind of talked about with the Apple position as well, usually when it encompasses tech, it's one of his associates that are making those decisions. We haven't been able to confirm that directly with Mr. Buffett himself, but usually when we think about tech and we think about Berkshire Hathaway, it's not a trade that's being done necessarily by Warren Buffett, but by one of his associates.
We pointed out many times, of course, a year ago, many were talking about Alphabet particularly and its monopoly in search being threatened by the likes of ChatGPT. And here it is, up 50% over the year, now outperforming virtually all of its peers at this point. Perhaps a beneficiary, certainly, of a very favorable ruling in federal court from Judge Mehta Many anticipated it would have been a remedy that would far, far harsher than actually it ultimately was from the judge. Not to mention, as I pointed out many times, the TPUs that they actually designed themselves that perhaps allow them, when it comes to inference, to be able to, on a cost per token, per dollar, per watt, beat the likes of OpenAI. But interesting to note, there it is, 46%. You can see the outperformer amongst all the big trillion-dollar companies it keeps company with, Leslie.
Yeah, what do they say? Reports of Alphabet's death have been greatly exaggerated at this point in time. I mean, it is remarkable what a year can do for this company. And then you get the vote of confidence from Berkshire Hathaway in Friday's filing, which, by the way, just given the market cap of this company, and it's trading already at 25 times forward earnings, I believe. So it would take a lot to move a company of this size, about 2.5% in pre-market, but clearly these revelations have done it.
How much is tech? I mean, they're more exposed. They have Apple, they have Google now. Is it still predominantly staples and financials? That's always what it has been in the public equity portfolio of Berkshire.
Yeah, I mean, those are the two tech positions that they have, Apple and Google now. Apple is its largest holding, even though they have been paring that back. I believe it's still about $60 billion worth in the portfolio. So still very sizable there. This one is about $4 billion. But it's certainly not the majority of the portfolio by any means, these two positions, but certainly something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, great stuff on Alphabet. Of course, we're still waiting for some Gemini 3.0 news, maybe later in the week. Leslie, thanks. Leslie Picker. Still to come this morning, Apple reportedly intensifying its succession plans for CEO Tim Cook. We'll get into that and what the FT reported not too long ago. We'll get to some airlines, Dubai Air Show orders. There's news on Novo, UBS, MicroStrategy, and a lot more. Stay with us. Welcome back. Apple reportedly ramping up its succession planning. According to the FT, company's board and senior executives have recently intensified preparations for Tim Cook to step down as soon as next year. Paper says that John Turnus, Apple's senior VP of hardware engineering, is widely seen as Cook's most likely successor. He's gotten a lot of chatter on the street in recent quarters. FT argues this is a story for next year, but probably not going to come before the earnings in late January.
Yeah, I mean, he's 65, been there 14 years. As I point out many times, the most important decision a board should be making and focused on its responsibility is to find the appropriate successor for a CEO and determine when, in fact, that should take place. Obviously, he's had an enormous amount of success at this company for quite some period of time, and we haven't confirmed the reporting of the FT, so we'll leave it at that. But interesting to see. Not perhaps a surprise, Sarah, that somebody who's been in the job that long would want to step down. I'm still, interestingly, sort of dealing with the fact that Doug McMillon at Walmart chose to do so at the age of 59 after an amazing tenure at that company, changing it so significantly, and some certainly saying, gee, why? Why would you step down? But obviously deciding to do so.
You know? And sometimes it doesn't have to be at a moment of weakness. It's better to do it at a moment of strength, which is, I think, Walmart's case. And if this goes through, and if the FT is right, you know, Apple's trading near a record high. I went back and looked at the market cap when Tim Cook actually took over as CEO in 2011, $350 billion. It's now a $4 trillion company. So, you know, there will be questions about if anyone can be as good as that. He was the former operations chief, right? Tim Cook had big shoes to fill coming in after Steve Jobs, but clearly incredibly successful, and we'll see what's left. The FT making the point on the calendar that there are some big sort of tentpole events next year, the developers conference in June, obviously the new rollout of the phones in September. So questions about whether he will be there or whether they'll make some sort of announcement before this happens. But yeah, Doug McMillon, I think, took the market a little bit by surprise as well, even though, you know, I can tell you it was very much planned, and also speaks to, I think, pretty broad, consistent strategy, given that John Furner led the U.S. for several years and led 3 businesses under Doug McMillon, including, you know, the push on e-com, the taking care of their customers, the refurbishing of the Walmart brand, and all the things they put in place.
Dr. JB, man, you silly, man. Good morning to all the Puerto Ricans. Shout out to the team. Grateful to be here this morning. Grateful you guys in the building. Getting ready shortly to do what we do here shortly. Be with you guys in a brief moment. Greetings, traders. It is I, Abdul Shabazz, and this is some real change stock options trading journey. And today, this magnificent Monday, November the 17th, can you believe that we are just a hop, skip, and a jump away from 2026? Unbelievable. Where's the time gone? But like Dr. JB said, let's make some money today, team. Let's definitely do that today. Shout out to everybody checking in. BFH, Todd Macon, Ordinary Peeps, Quiet Soul, Vernon Mitchell, Dr. JB, Dr. J, and to the Kick family that is kicking with us on Kick. We thank you all so much for your attendance today. Let me start off by showing you what I'm looking at for both calls and puts, both sides. I like a 677 area for a call. I like a 669 area for a put. We will see exactly what happens as the market unfolds. We've already identified this controlled selling algo that we're in this morning. Thanks. We also identified this controlled selling algo that we're in this morning, coming into market open, picking up from Friday's action. A couple things we do need to change here, as these are no longer areas of support, but in fact have been turned to areas of key resistance. And Kosey's in the building. Shout out to your teammate. Let's go ahead and get these changed real quick. Come out a little bit more. Alrighty. Let's go with this look right here, team. Friday's action coming into this morning. Again, I do like a put below the 669. Let me go ahead and put an alarm there. And I do like a call. Man, I don't like a call to way up here. I really don't. My call area is 677. Maybe I might change that, provided that we hit an area of support somehow, or a bounce somewhere. But I don't like a call till the 677. I don't. So I'm going to put my alarm at 676. It's a long way to go to get there. But anything now, any calls I take before that, I probably might look to probably scalp. Probably be some scalp trades. Brooks Sanchez is in the building. Shout out to you, Brooks. Thought we lost you there for a moment. Glad you're in the building, Brooks. Much love, team. If you haven't, please hit the like button. So grateful and thankful for you doing so, as it does help the channel out. Yes, sir. That's my guy. Identify this controlled selling algo coming from that 676 area. It is what it is. I had no anticipation what the market was going to do. However, what it has done, it has dropped drastically. And everything is red right now. But the first 5 minutes are very volatile. This is still Monday. And as you all know on this show, I like to wait. I like to give the market some time. The first 5 minutes are always typically very volatile. Within the first 15 minutes, the market can trick you, have you thinking it's going one way and then go another. Give the market some time. And the fact that it's moving, that's just great. We love the fact that it's moving. As long as it's moving, the market will present a profit opportunity. The key is to wait until our edge presents itself, until there's an over-alarming amount of edge present. Key area, key setup, key time, nice volume. Okay? All those things align, we take our shot. It's also very important for us to look back at what transpired last week, Friday's action. So you can really truly gauge that even though this has been a drop, it's not real sustainable. Let me go ahead and share a tool with you all that I do use from time to time, and that is the fib, okay? But I do my fib, and it's only two areas I'm interested in. Whenever a move has retraced 50% of that move, or whenever it has retraced 61% of that move. At the 50%, where the market is now. From the low of Friday to the high of pre-market, the 50% move of that is this 669.94 area. And it's exactly here in that area where the market this morning bounced from. Why? At 50% retracement, bulls can add to their position. At 50% retracement, it's still bullish. Now, this is an area that the bulls have to respect, and they have to recognize that if they don't get a hold of this area, they will get ran over. And that is exactly why you see the bulls stepping back in right now. The next area is the 61.8 area. Whenever a move has retraced more than 50%, at that 61%, people are saying, you know what? Let me put these profits in my pocket. I don't want to give any more money back. the move looked like it might be turning around. Not only has it retraced 50%, it has now retraced 61%. That's enough for me. But if it doesn't hit those areas, you can't feel comfortable getting in a put just yet, which is why I go back to my trading plan. My area, knowing this knowledge, my entry area was 669. A close below 669 and then a continuation candle. And that is what it shall remain. And again, I don't like a call until the 667. Do what you like to do. And with it being at the 671, that means in order to get to the 667, it's got to come up $5. It's at 672 now. However, I still understand that until we get to that area, at least the 675, that the bears still have control. Yes, they're starting to give up more and more profits as they head towards the gate, but they haven't given up control. This is still very bearish, even with this bullish move. So you got to treat these calls as scalps. You can't marry these calls. You get your head tore off. So I'll rather wait till we get a slow, windy grind to that area where I know for sure, somebody's in trouble. Until then, I'm entertained. I'm being educated, but I'm not putting no money at risk. No. If you have any plans, please feel free to share them in the chat. I would appreciate them. I would like to hear them. And of course, the line is open. I have a new line now. What's that phone number? All right, cool. We got a new line, y'all. We got a new line. So if you'd like to speak to me, if you'd like to get on the air, let me know. I'll give you the number. You can call in. That's right. You can call in. We're going to get real interactive going into 2026. All right, let me get back to this. The fib, what I was talking about. So again, I go from the lower Friday to the higher pre-market. That shows me the 50% areas around that 669.9. And that's exactly where it took off at. Pyong. So, and that's exactly why we about to get exclusive, because this is straight benefit. I think it's beneficial information anyway. I don't know if y'all, it's been benefiting me, so I'm just sharing it. So. But again, right now, back to the top of the algo. A little bit of talk right here, a little bit of conversation right here as we come into market open. It is what it is. Okay. A couple things have changed. Let's get the proper areas in the proper area. What you thinking, team? Anybody got any thoughts they would like to share? You could either put it in the chat or get on air. You guys know I like to just sometimes just gotta follow my crayons. And this is my trading view chart of what I was just showing you all. You know I deal with structure because my mentor is probably the best day trader that there has ever been. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, Eric. I would not be who I am if it was not for you. You know what I deal with? I deal with structure. So, being that we were already in a much larger control buying algo once we hit the 689, we then changed structure and dropped from the 689 all the way down to the 662, and from there we did get a bounce from the 662 up to the 683. Beautiful bounce, but this bounce was a lower high. So this also was the beginning of a change in structure as we went from that 683 all the way down to the 663 Friday. However, that still put in a higher low technically. From there, we did bounce back up to a high of 676 pre-market this morning. Yes, we did. And then we came right on back down to 670. And that's why you can see that I want to get below that foolishness. I want these guys for lunch. You always know whenever I come into a trade, the first thing I ask myself, who's got my money? Okay? Who's got my money? So if I take a put, it's because I'm looking to extract money from these bulls right here. You understand me? Do you understand me? Okay, that's who's got my money. Now, on the flip side, okay, what happens when we turn this 6773 to an area of support? Who's got my money here? Well, it looks like my money here will come from the late bears to this party. Those bears that was just a little bit late to this party. These bears right here. Okay? Get a bit late at this area, they may want to start covering. So that's why I like the 677 for an area for a show enough call. Now, of course, as I stated before, with the market trading right now at 672, $5 away. However, I don't want to be a part of that movement towards the area. I'd rather wait and take the safe money and say, if you make it up this high, I don't know how you're going to get here. But I know I don't want to be in any parts of it. But if you get here, I see a very clear defined area of risk and a possible reversal of structure. And bears who now need to put money in their pockets or lose it all. It's just that simple. Not difficult at all. So that's what I'm looking at. I like a call above the 677. I like a put below the 669. In between that, I don't want to have nothing to do with it. It is what it is. Thank you for your patience in my explanation of what I'm looking at and where I would like to trade. Hope it's been some benefit to you. Thank you very much. Hand me my phone. I'm gonna get Brooks on the line. Now again, there are several ways that this market can be traded. I'm not a financial expert. I'm not a trading expert. I don't offer trading advice. I share with you all what I see and where I'm going to put my money. And if you see something different, a different perspective, nobody, because see, remember this, nobody's right, nobody's wrong, because nobody knows what the market's going to do. Okay? We're all dealing with a set of probabilities. What's a higher probability of this happening over that? And based upon those, percentages of the probabilities is why we take the moves and the trades that we do. We don't even take them because we think they're going to be winning trades. We take them because they've met a certain criteria where it becomes our duty, obligation, and responsibility to take that trade. Once a certain setup is present and a certain criteria has been met. So that's how I'm explaining that. Let's look at that BFH. BFH called out that 15-minute orb. Let's go to the 15. Pull it up real quick. The algo is not lining up because I don't have pre-market. Did you hear me?
No, I didn't.
I said, bring me that phone.
I'm peeing right now.
Alrighty, team. It is Brooks Sanchez in the building.
Team winners.
Yes, sir.
Yo, so all right, look. Here's what I'm thinking. Hold on. Let me mute this shit right here. Here's what I'm looking at right now. We dipped a long way from the 200, right?
Yes, we did.
And then we made our way back up. So I was talking to the team earlier, and when we dipped from that 200, and the 20 MA goes for, like, whether it's north or south or whatever, it always want, like, the 200 is like the mama, right? Like, you always want to go reach out to your mama when you stray too far. And it does that, like, in a cycle. So not that I'm biased, on going north, but since we went south, I do feel like we're gonna go above the 200, which he's doing right now. Retest and a possible one. We wrote this chart right here.
As you're talking, I'm actually typing the 200, and I'm putting it on the screen right now for everybody to see, to go follow along with what you're saying.
All right, cool. So what I'm looking at is, boom, we broke the 200. There's an elephant bar there.
Yes, it is.
Elephant bar. So we might go back to a point of control, which is going to be at the 672.5, more or less. We might just go back to the 200.
You mean back to the back? She just tested the 200 right now, and just got rejected from the 200. You see that on the 5 minute?
Oh, you're on the 5. I'm on the 2 minute. Go ahead.
No, yeah. Step back and look at it on the 5 minute.
All right, on the 5 minute. So, okay, well, I see where we're at now, which is at the 673.4.
Right, and the 673.7 is the 200.
673 on the 5.
Yep.
I have 672.6 at the 200.
On the 5.
On the 5.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's still close enough as far as the area, but the same thing you see is happening is that we came up, tested the 200, and now the 200 is acting as resistance.
Right.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Cool. We're on the same page. Go ahead. All I did was, if you look at the chart, I just highlighted the area so people can follow along.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is there's going to be some resistance at that 672.5.
Okay.
If not, then the 200. I mean, we are heading towards an area of supply at the 674.9. That's why
I got a line up there.
You got a line up there. Okay, cool. Yeah, but my projection is if we go north, we're going 675.7.
Okay.
That's the
I got a line there.
It's not an all-time. It's not the high, but it's a conservative high. There's conversations that happen right there at that 675.7.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at.
Alrighty. I love it. And I'm actually right now getting ready to draw this controlled buying algo that we are currently in. We have gotten out of that selling algo right now momentarily, and we are in a very nice controlled buying algo.
So let me ask you a question. When you see a controlled buying algo that goes up very fast, does that like not irk a nerve, but does that
I see it as liquidity grabbing. To me, I see it as a liquidity grabber. And so that's why I said that, this might be a slow, windy, choppy grind, to the area where I want to get in at, which is why I'm not going to put my money in a call right now, because I think it's just going to be too choppy, especially for the option chains. You know what I'm saying? You make the most money off the option price when it's going in your direction. When you're experiencing chop kills options.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, that means that I might miss out, of course, on some of that, but I'm still waiting for a safe area to trade. You know what I'm saying?
Are you trading 0 day or next day?
Right now I'm looking at 0 days.
Yeah, because the prices are pretty high.
Yeah, they're very high.
Damn, bro.
These prices are very high. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm looking, because normally, well, all depends on. After that, lately I've been trading a lot of next day. You know what I'm saying? And that next day I called out last week was a beautiful one, the one that one of the teammates held overnight on and just crushed it. You know what I'm saying? So I like that next day because I don't have to battle with theta. If you right, you right. But I don't have to battle with theta, and it gives me an opportunity to be right longer, to really maximize the most of the move. If I'm just trying to scalp, then of course you got to go 0 DTE, because nothing's going to pay you 0 DTE when you go deep in the money. You know what I mean? And Dr. JB taught me that. So shout out to Dr. JB. You know what I mean?
Sure. And let me ask you this question. Right now, this is like straight out the playbook, though, right? But we're resisting. We just broke the 200, but we got that hangman, we got a shooting star, and then we're going down. You think it's this resistance, a support level?
Yeah, but I would still wait 2 more minutes because it's at 9:58. So at 10 o'clock you're gonna get a 10 o'clock movement. Even though we don't have any news coming out, but you always get some type of 10 o'clock volume movement. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean. And then as our teammate Dan the Man would say, I want to let that candle close. So I'd rather wait and start with that 10-minute candle and see what that looks like, because that's going to give you a different look on a couple different areas. You're going to get a different look on your 2-minute. You're going to get a fresh look on your new 15. You're going to get that third candle now on that 15-minute chart, and you're going to get your second candle on your 30-minute chart. So we're going to be looking for continuation, or are we going to be looking for a reversal? So, you know what I mean? We really want to kind of key in on the higher time frame as well, and then, pick our area of entry with that lower time frame. We don't want to contradict the higher time frames, not in the way the market has been. And even if you look at the 15 right now, you will see that current candle huge turning into a what? It's trying to turn into a what? Shooting star.
Yeah.
Let me erase this right here. I don't want to, but I'm gonna fade it out.
I'm looking at the 2-minute chart, like that rush up and the lower volume that continues afterwards. Every single bar continues to go lower and lower and lower. That doesn't convince me on a call, especially when we're rejecting the 200 right now.
Exactly. But that could be setting up for a liquidity play, because this is still, a controlled buying algo, and then right now on the 5-minute, she's just retesting the 5,
Right.
So now we got the 10 o'clock candle. Now we'll have a fresh view, you know what I'm saying? And now we can really see if she means it or not.
Yeah.
That on the 15-minute, that wound up being a shooting star. You see that?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
now here's the thing. So you already know that from the 673.7 all the way down to the 672.8 are bears. You already know that. They're bears there. If those bears get trapped, they're going to have to cover. If they get squeezed, they're going to have to cover. Now, also, if on the chart, I just popped up the 2-minute on the top left, but I got the 2-minute in the Heikin Ashi. Well, for the last 6 minutes, the last 3 candles on the 2-minute on the Heikin Ashi has been red. So we have had a Heikin Ashi color change. However, it is typically, this could also be the very first pullback. See, whenever you get a nice bullish move, you're going to get at least 2 pullbacks that typically you can look to buy in on. But this is a very tricky area, and also a testament to why I don't want to trade in this area.
See, I'd be interested in trading on a call at the 671, 15, 671, let's say around there, because that's the bottom of the bell curve, and we are coming from the bottom to the top, and we just breached the VWAP, and I feel like we're going to retest the VWAP, maybe exaggerated, but then continue going up. That's my biased opinion. So the 671.5, I'm sorry, 671.15.
I just looked at a team, MYM. He said, me too. He's at the 672, 6.
672.6.
Yeah, at the 5.
On the 5. Oh.
Yeah. I think he'd be on the 5-minute chart. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you know,
yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm going a little bit lower than that. I'm at the 671, like 671.5.
Okay,
I think
cool.
that's like that point of control right
But
there.
you see right now why I didn't like a call right here.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You know what I mean? You see, and when you asked me earlier about this control buying, I said, man, this could be used as liquidity. You feel me? So, and like I said on the 15, let me blow that up. You got a shooting star on the 15-minute chart. You got one, and the rules apply. The rules apply. You have a shooting star. I just pulled up the 15. You got a shooting star on the 15-minute chart. If we get below 672, she's dropping, because everybody, all the late bulls in the 945 candle are gonna have to start covering. So there's gonna be some major action at the 672. They get below the 672, it might have a domino effect. The damn late bulls, let me show you that on the 5-minute chart. These late bulls right here, the 945 and the 950, if they start covering, that could roll right over into the 935 bears, 935 bulls, and make them start covering. I'm gonna go ahead and highlight it for you, but these guys are in trouble right now. 1 minute, under 1 minute left. We close below this, going to level 2. Could be a nice little situation right here for the Bears. Brooks asked me earlier, what about this control buying algo? I said, Brooks, that could be set up as some liquidity. And boy, is it being set up as liquidity. 15 seconds left in this damn candle. The late bulls are now being eaten for lunch.
And we just opened, the next candle just opened above the closing.
Googity Bob. Googity Bob. Short. This is a short to pop move. This is a short to pop move. For those of you who are interested in taking a short, this is the candle you want to get in the short at, using the 672.7 as your stop, if that was the case. This would be the short the pop move.
Yeah.
This would be a short the pop move. I'll draw it on here. I'm gonna go ahead and put it up on the screen. Give me 5 seconds. Okay. That area would be your stop that I just put on the screen, which is at the 672.8. And you really want this thing to bounce as high as it can. You want to get in as close as you can to the 672.8, because now the 935 bulls are under investigation. That's, I'm gonna highlight them. But they're under investigation. The 935 bulls are under investigation. And if they cover, it's going to be a domino effect.
Rejected on the 2 minute. We just rejected the VWAP right there, and it's at the top of the bell curve. So it's a value area high that we're at right now. After a strong move down, and there's a lot of delta buying from what I'm seeing. We'll see. Oh,
yeah, I told everybody that's the candle you want to get in on that. That's D1.
Yeah.
That is D1. I'm trying to tell you now, that's the candle, team.
But this is directly in a
Look at the 15. You gotta respect the shooting star. Look at the 15. That's telling you why it's going down. And she's coming right back, and I'm gonna highlight it again. Look at the screen, team. I'm gonna highlight the selling algo that we identified from this morning. I'm gonna re-highlight it so you can see as the market is pulling right back down into it. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, we reject that. I don't. Maybe my emotions are still involved in this, but I'm seeing at this point that 670.5 is 670.5 a rejection point.
Mm-hmm. Well, we retesting the 20-day right now. Oof, just went through that like sliced bread. Went through that like sliced bread. There she goes. Went through that like sliced bread.
Well, that's a 675. The bottom of the bell curve right there is going to be some resistance. All right there.
Mm-hmm.
670.6. I mean, I don't know, whatever. Average.
This might be the one.
What I don't like about it is the volume. It keeps getting lower and lower as it goes down. Like that volume candle does not convince me. What do you think?
Let me look at the volume real quick. I'm looking to see if we close right here. It's important that we close underneath the 671 so we can turn it. Well, the volume has increased. Remember, as I shared with people, in the current volume candle is larger than the previous one. The market is going to continue to go in that direction. And that's exactly what happened. We talked about who was in trouble. We identified who was in trouble. We even highlighted who was in trouble. Okay, the 935 bulls. We first talked about the 945 bulls and the 950 bulls being late to the party and the first ones to get squeezed, creating a then domino effect, putting pressure on the 935 bulls. I then said, if you go ahead and look at the tape, I said the 935 bulls are under investigation. If they cover, this will bring us a measured move back down to the 6693. That is where I would like to get in a put, breaking to the downside of this algo, or possibly looking for a lower high. Go ahead, Brooks.
Yeah, well, what chart we look like? When I was looking at the volume, looking at the 15-minute chart, but when I look at the 5-minute chart, yeah, the volume it increased on the sell. But when you look at the 15, it still hasn't broken the prior volume.
Yeah, I look at my volume on the 5-minute though.
On the 5-minute, okay. So let me get on your same.
I looked that on the 5.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm still seeing at this point as some kind of like a little resistance.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm too biased today.
No, that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? This is and again, we have a support line here at 671. You know,
yeah.
And so that's why I said with any move, we always we wait for it to close below it, and then we wait for the next candle to be continuation. And that's why we wait. Because if you absolutely did that and waited, you wouldn't have got caught in this trap. You would have been blessed to get the scalp if you can. Recognize, as we stated, the 935 bulls were under investigation. They stepped back in at the 671 area of support, which is fine. It could just be a quick little move, hope of desperation. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see on that.
We'll see.
Yeah, because on the 5-minute chart, if you combine 9:55, 10 o'clock, and 10:05, and you combine that into one, I mean, like the retracement right now is about 33%.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So like, if it rejects that, yeah, I can see us going down south.
Look at the 15-minute candle. Let's just look at what we know from candles. Guys, let's pull up the 15-minute candle. Look at this bullish move on this. Don't ignore the fact that it's red, okay? Look at this tail. How the bulls stepped in, rejected the lower prices from the 670.4 and have brought the market all the way back up. Okay? So also, if you look at the last two candles, we have a beautiful shooting star, and now we have a hangman. So two battling candles really showing you the bullish power and the bearish power. For on the hangman, we got a huge wick showing the bearish rejection of higher prices. And on our current candle, we got a huge tail showing the bull's rejection of lower prices.
Yeah, that's about me right now.
Yeah, which is again why I decided to stand aside. I'm gonna go ahead and re-put my alarm back there because my alarm went off this morning. But again, I know the area that I want to trade in. It's not my business how it get there. Just once it does get there, let me know so I can go to work. You feel me? Right now, I'm gonna go ahead and have me a cuppa. Thank you for, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for picking up the phone, Brooks. You know what I'm saying?
Always, bro. Always.
Yes,
hey, you
sir.
ain't never gonna lose me, bro.
Huh?
I said you ain't never gonna lose me.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. BFH, we're looking at a hangman, a current hangman right now on the 15-minute chart. So, again, in these two candles, let me go ahead and blow it up here and show you here real quick. In these two candles, you have this tail that I just highlighted right here. And that's going to represent, forget the color, these are bulls hiding in bear skin. And these bulls have rejected the lows of the 670.5 and have been buying the market up. At the very same time, not just 15 minutes earlier, did the bears step in and put in a rejection at the 200 moving average and step in and beat the price all the way down to where it is currently now. Okay? This is a tug of war. This is a tug of war. A hangman and a shooting star side by side. That's a tug of war.
Tug of horse.
It is, man. Now, when you squeeze one of them, I'm gonna tell you where it's gonna get juicy at now. Before I go, it's gonna get juicy right here at the 670.4. In fact, I'm gonna put an area there. Okay, I'm gonna put an area right there because this is gonna get juicy there. Okay. Another area of some juice is going to be if we get back up to that 200.
That's 673.3.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to put another little area there where Brooks just called out. And an alarm.
773.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, those two area guys. because now at these areas, either these bears are in trouble in this wick, or these bulls are in trouble in this tail. One of the two. We shall see. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get me a little cup of.
I'm gonna get my two.
All right, team. We're gonna go ahead and let the chart talk for itself right now. We appreciate you guys for tuning in as me and Brooks was discussing the market this morning. Be back with you guys shortly. Team, one more thing before I go, and I truly mean this. What a lesson in patience we're getting today. And I'm so very proud of everyone. No one has jumped the gun. No one has put any money at risk unnecessarily. And I just wanted to say shout out to you guys, man. You're doing your thing, man. You know, you're doing your thing. I expect greatness out of each and every one of you, you know, as we head into, you know, our next trading years as developing traders. And I just wanted to say that I'm proud of each and every one of you guys. Thanks again.
time it goes down a little further.
Yeah, they're in no hurry.
Alrighty, team. As you can see, I was clearly able to show you guys where the safe area was and where you did not want to trade at. And you know, with everything, we look for a close below this area and then a continuation candle. Until that, you're not trading, you're praying, you're hoping, you're wishing. You just want to be busy. Be busy being patient. Be busy understanding the charts. Be busy doing nothing. Cash is a position. Doing nothing is a position. Understanding where the trading area is a position. When it gets to that area, that means it has striked your interest. Not that it has gotten your money. All we had to do was read the charts, see what the charts was telling us. And for those of you who wanted to be in a trade early, and I'm going to do nothing but just sit here and put the alarm back. It doesn't matter where the chart trades at. It's all about where does the candle close. And it's so important to let the candle close. That's how you avoid the trap. And we don't just look for confirmation on this channel. We look for continuation. We don't get in a trade and start hoping and praying. That is not how you trade. You have clearly defined areas. You set your risk up upon those areas. You use the algos to guide you, and you remain patient with what else comes. Again, sometimes I just have to go by my crayons, and my crayons sit up here and show me that the 677, as I stated, is the clear area when we will have a continuation of structure. See that? A clear area of structure here. See that? Here, here, here. We will also be breaking this controlled selling algo. But until then, you have no reason to get yourself involved unless you just like action. Why is anyone trading and attempting a trade in this area and level of foolishness? We've always discussed how the market is in one of three phases at all times. Identify the phase 1, then identify phase 2, make your money in phase 3. Does this look like anything or any place to make money? You're not trading, you're gambling. Knock it off. Stop it. Go to your room. It is what it is. Might be a no trade day today. How about that? How about that? Today may be a no trade day. You can preserve your mental capital. Preserve your financial capital. So when the opportunity does deem itself worthy, you are able to give it your best and make the most out of it. Until then, just chill. Just chill. Develop the ability to sit here and watch. That too is a skill. It's like the sniper who's sitting in the tree waiting for his target to go by. He's not doing nothing. He's doing something. Waiting is doing something. Checking your target. See if it's close enough. checking your gun, checking your scope, checking your breathing, being patient, waiting for that shot. Waiting is doing something. Big shout out to you guys for waiting. Big shout out to you guys for doing something by way of preserving yourself. Let's pull up the 15-minute. Who is trading this morning? Who? Who's trading this man? Man, knock it off. If you do want to trade, we've given you safe areas to take the trades. We've highlighted them in turquoise, and I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a teammate trying to help my team be safe, help us all get to the bank, identify where the areas are where somebody else is in trouble. And if you can't identify where somebody else is in trouble, that means you are in trouble. And we don't want that. So just sit back and relax. Sabr. Patience. Have it. Enjoy it. Develop it. Master it. Use it. Benefit from it. Patience. Patience and perseverance. Patience and perseverance. Patience and perseverance. I cannot tell you how many times those two go hand in hand in giving us guidance. Alrighty, team, that is all for me. I will leave the chat open, shut it down at 4. But if I don't see a clear trade by 11, there's no trade for me today. And it's just that simple. I'm not here to be busy. I'm here to be proficient. For those of you who want to soldier on, remember, look for a close below this 670.2 area. Then look for a continuation candle. If you want to wait and be certain and be sure, stick with my original plan today of taking a put at the 669. That is where Abdul wants to take a trade at. The 669. Okay? That's what a safe trade is. Like it who like it, don't like it who don't like it, but it is what it is. I bid you adieu. I thank you guys for your time. I don't take it for granted. I thank the team for checking in. I thank Team Kick for kicking it with us. Big shout out to our sponsors, and man, we couldn't do it without them. Let's go ahead and turn it over to our sponsors. You're a trader, right? Then look like one. Some of the finest quality trading shirts on the market today. Shirts for traders. Don't forget the S. Shirts for traders.com. Beautiful trading shirts for men and women. Durable quality. Color resistant. Washproof. Fast shipping fairly priced. You should definitely own at least 7 of them. I have on one right now. Thank God it's Monday. I love to wear it every Monday. Also, take risk, get rich, some real change. Our very own trading shirt. You cannot go wrong. This week we will be highlighting the shirt trader. The definition. Trader. A person that risks their own money for freedom rather than exchanging their freedom for money. Head on over there right now. I mean right now. And get this shirt. Trader definition at shirtsfortraders.com. Do you know someone who wants to have a baby, but they're having a hard time getting pregnant? Well, maybe we can help. Go over right now to FTFsystem.com. FTFsystem.com. It is there you will find the fallopian tube formula. One of the greatest products that has been invented in our century. No, IVF is not your only option. Go to fallopian tube formula now and be inspired, be motivated by the many success stories of women all over the world who were once told that their only way to have a child was through IVF until they were introduced to the fallopian tube formula. No, IVF is not your only option. There's a much more effective, healthier way. FTF System. Check it out today. Hey, you who can't deal with this fatigue, weight, brain fog, bloat. Hey, you that wants to reset your whole entire body. I need you to understand that your body still remembers how to heal. And that the fatigue and weight and brain fog and bloat, they're just your body asking for a reset. Reset your metabolism. Heal your thyroid and liver. Lose stubborn fat naturally. Even I was surprised at how many women had lost weight with that. Like I had to get off script like Donald Trump does sometimes. You know how when he's reading a prompt and then all of a sudden he just runs off? I had to do that myself. Like I couldn't believe how many women have really lost weight with this thing. I got to tell you, I couldn't believe it. This is what the reset is designed to fix. It's not just another diet. It's the way your body was designed to heal and thrive. The way your biology was designed to work with it. Please go check it out. ResetWithDrJ.com. It is a full body reset with drj.com. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Again, we couldn't do it without you. Big shout out to the team who has been staying safe and doing what they need to do. Again, wait until the market closes below this 670.4 and then take an entry for a put. God bless you and be well. This should be the money candle right here. Remember what I said, let the candle close, then take the following candle. This should be the money candle. This is the one you want right here. That should be the money candle right here. Coming towards my area now that I want, and I'm looking for the same type of deal. All right, team, who sees the value in what I was showing you guys as far as waiting for that continuation candle? We identified the area. I showed you guys on the charts. I said this will be the area here. I highlighted in turquoise. I said what we want is a close below the area, and then the following candle should be the money candle. There's no need to trade before that. Glad our teammate did make some money in that, but the easy money came after we got the close underneath it and this beautiful continuation candle where you could get out right now, and in that beautiful 5 minutes it had a very nice drop. I hope you guys understood that. And I hope somebody made some money with that explanation. That's all you would need. It was that 5 minutes. And she's now coming to my desired area of interest. Thinking about taking this trade. Okay, I just activated my account. But I know on the larger scale, I need to let this 15-minute candle close as well. So I need to look at the 15-minute candle. Glad I had that safety on there. At my area now. Couple minutes and we'll have that 15-minute candle close. Definitely worth the wait. But again, we identified this area early on the chart. Confirmation, continuation, very easy money made. Shout out to those of you who made money. BFH made some money in that. Shout out to you. I don't want to bite on this just yet. I gotta wait. Gotta wait. Still gotta wait. Swipe. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I'm in it now. Okay, team, I'm in it now. Looking to take it to the 6675. And then possibly the 6664. 6675. Possibly. Bouncing on the bottom of that algo. If you still remember it, it is still present. That algo is still present. Looking to see if we can break outside of it. That would just be so beautiful. Putting pressure. Good scalp. Good scalp, Ben. Good scalp. See what it does here. Looking to see if we can break outside of this algo. See if we can break outside this controlled selling algo. Looking for to break this algo now. Looking for a break of this controlled selling algo. We stayed at the top of this controlled selling algo all day. Now here comes the pressure on the bulls. Can we keep adding pressure? Can we keep adding pressure is the question. Right at the bottom of the algo, bulls are stepping back in. Big ass bounce. Fuck. Beautiful retest. Beautiful retest. Right at the bottom of the algo, did she bounce? Man, you gotta respect these algos. You just do. You gotta respect them. Gotta respect these algos. Gotta respect them. And freaking saying. Anybody watching this with me? Is anybody watching this with me? Is anybody watching this with me? I said, is anybody watching this with me? Let's go, BFH. Let's go. Who's in this thing with me? You understand me? I'm still in it. Woo! And only on Kick will I give you the exclusive at the end of the day, depending on how this turns out, of course. But we'll see. Right now it's looking real good. I got some stuff to do here. Just want to show that to the team. Ooh wait, this might be the one. Let me see. I'm changing these areas that were areas of support now to resistance. We get below the 669. That brings us right back to my original entry area. Googity Bob. It could bring us right back to my original entry area. Put it right here on the chart too. I saw that you were asking where I got in at BFH. The battle was not over yet, sir. But I got in down here. In right down here, buddy. I want to talk about conviction. Still ain't over with yet, but it'll never be as worse as it was. So I'm in it and I'm committed. Probably looking to get out of this around 3:30. Then I'll be looking to tell you what I did, how much money I had at risk. How much money is at risk, rather, because it's still going. It's, you know, it's not done yet. We get below this 669 though. We get below this 669 though. We get below this 669. Let me go and change this one more color to resistance. Let me change this one more time. Let me change this one more color to resistance. Let me get one more resistance color out of this. Come on, and she doing it now. And I'm rocking with you, baby. I'm rocking with you, baby. I'm rocking with you, baby. It's gonna be a test right here, but I'm holding it. Man, I love this. I love this game. I love this game. In the words of Oliver Velez, I love this game. I freaking love it. With all my heart. I'll leave the chat up. I'm out. Next thing you see will be me getting out of this. Good move, BFH. Good move, buddy. I love this for you, man. I love this for you, man. I can't wait to share with you what I did. Gugitipa. 666. Might have to let it go. Let's see the 666. Yeah, that was 6645. What did I have here? For profit targets. Got 6664. Yeah, we gotta take it if it comes. Yes, sir. What we looking like for today? Have we lost it? No. Yes, we have. The Bears got the day. The Bears have the day. So it's going to be a battle right here, of course. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle. We understand that. Let's look on the 30. What's the measure move on the 30? Let's go to the 30. Thank you, BFH. Look at this measure move on the 30 minute right now. See where she can go. Where can you go? 66664 8 possibly. 6648 possibly. 6648 possibly. So I'm gonna put it on 6648 possibly. So then let's put another alarm right here. 8 on a measure move. 6649, 6645. Let's say 6645. 6645. Okay, if we can get it. If we can get it. Let's see, 6645. Okay, I called out 6664. for a profit target. If she happens to get that, let's just go with that.
Quantico computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
you.